Dans le temps, c'est parti encore. Mais le centre, on n'est pas. Moi, c'est faible. Mais quand on voyait, c'est faible.
In the process, we are also engaging the governance of the city so that they can change the bylaws and have laws that allow the people to use the spaces around them to create social cohesion and creativity.
Donc, il a tout dans le jeu. Celui-là.
In the process, we are also engaging the governance of the city so that they can change the bylaws and have laws that allow the people to use the spaces around them to create social cohesion and creativity.
Lui, on fait qu'il la dame. Et je l'ai dit, est-ce qu'il va le mettre deux fois le sport en
In the process, we are also engaging the governance of the city so that they can change the bylaws and have laws that allow the people to use the spaces around them to create social cohesion and creativity. In the process, we are also engaging the governance of the city so that they can change the bylaws and have laws that allow the people to use the spaces around them to create social cohesion and creativity. In the process, we are also engaging the governance of the city so that they can change the bylaws and have laws that allow the people to use the spaces around them to create social cohesion and creativity. In the process, we are also engaging the governance of the city so that they can change the bylaws and have laws that allow the people to use the spaces around them to create social cohesion and creativity.
J'aimerais déjà solliciter votre indulgence et votre compréhension. Nous étions en train de faire des essais relatifs à la communication en ligne qui sera faite par certains de nos intervenants depuis des pays étrangers. Donc, pour tout le mal qu'on a pu vous faire, justement, prière de nous en excuser. Nous allons démarrer dans moins de 2 minutes, mais déjà, pour le respect des mesures barrières relatives à la COVID-19, avec la résurgence des cas, nous vous demandons pour l'occasion de garder vos cache-nez, de respecter justement les mesures barrières à travers l'utilisation du gel hydroalcoolique et puis autres éléments pour toute préoccupation particulière, prière de vous adresser aux hôtesses. Merci de votre compréhension. Installez-vous, nous démarrons dans 2 minutes.
We will be starting in 2 minutes. Thank you very much. We'll be starting in 2 minutes. Apologies for the delay.
C'est son son qu'elle a.
Diminue un peu d'abord.
honorables invités, mesdames, messieurs, nous vous souhaitons.
Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to greet you. Welcome to the event. Welcome to Culture at Work Africa. Welcome to Arterial Network. Culture at Work Africa is the name of the project, which has been led by a number of cultural organizations in the form of a consortium in conjunction with the European Union in order to work on intercultural dialogue in urban areas in Africa. We will be having a conference in Belgium, in France, and this one today in Côte d'Ivoire. So the Côte d'Ivoire is launching this series of conferences on promoting intercultural dialogue for youth. Now, according to the restrictions imposed by COVID, we have people attending from around the world. And I would like us to applaud the foreign delegates who have not been able to attend but are attending online. Thank you, my dear fellow Ivoirians, for your warm welcome to these people. Some of the people present in this room, we have His Excellence Michael Wiener, the Ambassador for Belgium, also Dr. Abdul Karim Sandou, who is here from Burkina Faso. Thank you very much for having come. We also have the representative of the Ministry of Culture, the representative of Madame Arlott Badou Nguessan Kouame. I would also like to thank you for hosting us, Professor Yacouba, who is the director of La Rotonde des Arts. And we will continue to thank other people, notably the renowned musicologue, Mr. Pierre Gava aussi, who is the president of Arterial at the continent level. And then we have the local level, which is Arterial Côte d'Ivoire. So we're going to greet all the members of the Culture at Work Africa Consortium, the president of the Côte d'Ivoire Writers Association. We will be giving you more details about each of these people and updating the list of participants as the conference takes place. Now, we are hosted by the following guest. And I would like us to greet Professor Yacouba, who is the president of La Rotonde des Arts. He's going to take the floor now. Ladies and gentlemen, Ambassador, representatives of the committee, particularly the representative of the Ministry of the Culture, ladies and gentlemen, the artists, members of the cultural universe here in Côte d'Ivoire, I'm very happy to be part of this event because this is led by Arterial, which is a structure that connects the content and has demonstrated its worth and was here in the Rotunda 3 years ago, where we'd organized a symposium and an exhibition. And I'd also like to thank all of our partners in Belgium, in Brussels, and in Spain. And I should also say that the Belgian side and the Beaux-Arts invited the Rotonde des Arts to exhibit in Belgium at the Beaux-Arts in 2010. So there is a long relationship between the two institutions, And I'm very honored that Jean-Pierre Magala has helped us to organize this forum. Now, the theme of today's event involves us all, because social cohesion has to be an ongoing dialogue. I see all the young people in our cities at the moment, and they have torn clothes, and I say you should go and get your parents, your mothers to sew up your clothes, but also these torn clothes are a reflection of our society, which is also full of tears. And it reminds us of our duty that fabrics are made to be sewn together. And this helps us to weave links, the work that we're doing here. And this work is ongoing. And we need to know how to take up a needle and thread and sew fabrics together. There's also a number of values embodied in this project. I seek to embody and understand what we call African philosophy, but which I believe to be a universal philosophy. And I think we need to try and occupy public space. Since the time of Kant, Immanuel Kant, we've spoken about public space. And what's unique about public space is that everybody can come to it and freely defend their opinions. And when we come into the public space, people make private use of the space. When someone talks about the public space and we hear a civil servant talking about public space, then they're making public use of public space. Here, we are making a public use of a public space in this room. But you can also talk in your own name. And the reason for public spaces is we speak without our masks, when we speak directly to each other, because we need to mutually understand one another. Now, we've lost a certain amount of time now with the technical issues before this started, but I'd just like to say that we are going to provide our contribution to the success of this event. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Yakuba. As the director of the Roton des Arts, he greeted everybody and tried to situate the role that the project has occupied and the philosophy. And so I'd like us to once again applaud Professor Yakuba. Now, please let me allow you to inform you that we will have an opportunity here to specify the subjects that have already been covered here, and also we will be providing the results of the project in the national, political and local level through the various diplomatic representations. So after this series of opening speeches, there will be a panel discussion. And just before that, there will be an online intervention from the members of the consortium. Hopefully the wizards of technology will keep everything working. Then there will be the presentations from the various invited guests. This will be moderated by Mr. Mapfuna from Zimbabwe. And then after this, there will be testimonies and impacts of the projects that have been financed. And this will be moderated by Sylvia Fischer. And after that, there will be a question and answer session facilitated by myself, and we will close with some words from Pierre Claver Mabiala from Arterial Continental and a speaker from Arterial Côte d'Ivoire as well. So this is the agenda for the event today. So without further ado, I would like to ask the representative of the Minister of the Culture, Madame Arlette Badou Negesem Kouame, to so Mr. Henri Nkumo will speak on her behalf. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm not going to make a formal speech. I just wanted to say a few words on behalf of the Minister of Culture, Arts and Shows. In her name, I would like to congratulate everybody for this extremely lively venue, which is very well known in Côte d'Ivoire. This is a very important venue for the cultural community. And I would also like to greet Your Excellencies, the ambassadors. Thank you for being here. And I would like to welcome all of the stakeholders present here today. The fact that you have come to the Côte d'Ivoire is a sort of victory over COVID, which has created the worst of boundaries. I know that by making these journeys and with the support of those who are outside of Côte d'Ivoire and who will join us through the webinar, Ivorian culture will make a big step forward. And with your energy, you are bringing the light that we need so that this African culture can really blossom. By congratulating President Mabiala and his team for choosing Côte d'Ivoire for this conference, organized and through Culture at Work Africa, I'd like to wish great success to all of the participants. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Amen Kumo, Director of Art and the representative of the Minister of the Culture, Madame Arlette Badou Negesem Kouame. Thank you very much. Now we're going to redefine the context and why we are here with the goals, the issues, the challenges, and I am going to give the floor to one of the most involved people in the project, Mr. Pierre Claver Mabiala, who is the president of Arterial Network. Please applaud Mr. Mabiala. Thank you. Thank you. Representative of the Minister of Culture and the entertainment industry, the members of the administration, Your Excellencies, the ambassadors, distinguished guests, dear panelists, Mr. Sango, the Minister, dear consortium, we are very pleased to welcome you here today and to mark this the conclusion of the Culture at Work Africa. I'd like to tell you a little bit about Arterial first. It's a dynamic network of civil society members, NGOs, entrepreneurs, activists, artists, donors, and we work in cultural creation, and we are a non-profit making organization, and we are led by a steering committee of 5 members, which represents the 5 regions of Africa. Arterial works in the arts sector, advocacy, capacity building, access to markets, knowledge management, and dissemination of knowledge. Since 1997, we've had our headquarters here in Abidjan, and we've been present in Côte d'Ivoire since then. So here we're today for Culture at Work Africa, which is to promote the values of intercultural dialogue and cohesion, social cohesion in urban Africa. And this is a project that is led by 8 partners, African and international partners, which have combined their efforts with the European Union to align ourselves with the vision of 2063 of the African Union, which is an integrated, prosperous and peaceful Africa driven by its own citizens and representing a dynamic force in the international arena. We are co-funded by the European Union, and Culture at Work Africa was launched in February 2018 and led, as I said, by a consortium. Its members have implemented the project, sharing out the various tasks. For over 3 years, Culture at Work Africa was rolled out through cultural and artistic stakeholders in 15 African countries through a call for projects, and there was 33 projects that have been supported through the project. A number of other activities were also included in this project, such as networking and the sharing of information. And today, we want to demonstrate our work through this international conference, which is the first of a series of conferences taking place which will continue in Paris and in Brussels. And we are accompanying this conference with an exhibition, such as here, where the opening event is scheduled for tomorrow evening. And it will show the work over the last 3 years.
So coming back to the theme of today's conference, intercultural spaces for young people. We will be offering a forum for debate on all of these issues, looking at the policies of the construction of our towns through intercultural dialogue. I would like to conclude by thanking all of you in the room with us today, and I'd like to thank the speakers, because I know that you understand the importance of the stakes, the issues at stake. And I would like to conclude on this. Minister Abdoul Songo, in February 2019, Ouagadougou launched a project for future partnerships in Africa. And today, it is our honor to be placed alongside Ouagadougou as a key location in the construction of this project together. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to the Minister. Thank you, Pierre Clavier Mabiala, President of Arterial for the African continent. And we see that you've been working on the goals for Africa, working alongside everyone, and also working on the right kind of technical information that will serve us all. In the panels, we will hear more. But, ladies and gentlemen, we're first going to have a brief visual show, and then we'll move on to the next panel.
Bon, mais si on a juste l'image, je pense que ça va. En 1 minute pour prendre le relais pour la suite. Nous allons y revenir, il n'y a pas de souci. Mesdames, Messieurs, sans transition, nous allons passer à présent au panel. Les différents intervenants du panel. On commencera par ceux qui sont à l'extérieur. Est-ce que c'est techniquement, on peut y aller pour les interventions en ligne?
We're just preparing so that we can move into the remote section of today's event.
Giovinazzo en Espagne, Jordi Pascual,
We'll be hearing from Mrs. Genovenaz in Spain, Jordi Pascual, Elena Aquilo, Michel Saba from Serav, Burkina Faso, Celia Fisher from the International Music Council, Faim Funya from the Culture Fund of Zimbabwe, and Valeria Marcolin from Culture et Développement France.
Covid-19 et se rasseoir pour que 2 autres arrivent.
Naturally, we have to do this remote so that we can overcome the distances imposed by COVID-19, and then we will move back into the room. So, Michel Saba and Celia Fisher, I'd ask you to take the stage because you are here on site, and we'll be hearing from various different speakers online, and then we will be able to work through the next session together.
En précisant que les différents intervenants débattront à travers les sous-thèmes suivants, les défis du dialogue
We're going to be looking at the challenges for the intercultural dialogue, cultural diversity, living together, coexistence, the involvement of young people as responsible citizens within the urban spaces, young people within the intercultural dialogue, and the place of arts in the organization of our spaces, social cohesion, and living together in social harmony.
Est-ce qu'on peut y aller pour l'international? On va commencer donc, naturellement par ceux qui sont dans la salle, Monsieur Michel Saba.
Let's begin with Michel Saba, who is actually with us in person. I would ask you to kick off this session. Thank you.
Bien, merci Monsieur Blé.
Thank you. Distinguished guests and dear participants in today's conference, I'd like to say good morning, good afternoon. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for joining us at today's event. I'd just like to briefly give you an overview of Serav Afrique as a member of the consortium, and also to underscore the interest for us in participating in today's conference. We are convinced that participating in this consortium is very important for us. It is the regional center for the living arts in Africa, category 2 UNESCO body, based here in Burkina Faso. Our mission is to promote the living arts. Now, this obviously includes the performing arts, spectacle, dance and music, but also in this specific project, we include audiovisual arts, the cinema and TV. So we try to bring about exchange between African states on these issues, but we also want to undertake the mission entrusted to us by UNESCO, the implementation of the UNESCO Convention relating to the promotion of cultural expressions in all their diversity. We therefore have a very strong and close alliance with UNESCO. We have the Administrative Council, our steering council, which is based here in Africa. So we understand the importance of culture. We have the Pan-African Cinematographers Association. We also have Pan-African theatre producers, organizations involved. And in fact, Côte d'Ivoire plays a very important part in the organizational aspects of these bodies, also working alongside UNESCO on this mission of cultural dissemination. So the idea is to put the arts at the service of states and civil society. We are bringing together pools of actors so that we can share their experiences and draw up good practices, making sure that culture is at the heart of our development strategies. So these are the essential goals of this consortium. And this is what we shall continue to do within this consortium. And in fact, we have agreed to join together and also to bring on board other cultural actors. And in fact, we will be hearing from Valeria Marcolin later on about this. Now, we want to have intercultural dialogue. We want to build social cohesion in Africa. These are our overarching goals. And in fact, there is underlying philosophical idea that has really accompanied us through the 3 years of this project. So it's a great project that we've implemented, 3 years of cooperation. And I think I can safely say that our participation has enabled us to really work on this project, to bring on board the European Union. They've been funding us throughout this. We've been able to help beneficiaries through the support provided by them. So this has enabled us to define the context, the issues at hand, and various different assessments have also been delivered to the African Union, and they have also come on board. So we have been able to develop tools. We have the calls for the projects, these 2-stage calls for projects that we have been releasing. We need to, first of all, develop the mechanism so that we can launch these calls, and then the next stage is to select the projects for participation. The first event of this project was organized in 2019 in Ouagadougou under the presidency of the minister from there, from Burkina Faso, who's with us, and the other members of the consortium have also been on board since then. In fact, they were involved in this very first event in Ouagadougou. And then we participated in Zimbabwe, in Harare, with Farai, representative of culture in Zimbabwe. And this has enabled us to set up a network of actors throughout the project, but also we've been able to follow up the progress made by the members of these projects. We've been able to also benefit from implementation and technical support from the European Union. And we have also come together at a European Day of Development that was organized in Brussels. And we've also been able to follow up on the ground the implementation of these projects. We've had this happening here. We've also had certain projects for refugees. So we can see that all the various different cultural operators have been in the process and we've been able to support them. And shows, for example, were organized on extremist violence as well. There are videos that have been uploaded online about this specific project. We've been able to raise awareness amongst local stakeholders, the effects of fundamentalism, the violence, the different effect on civil society, on local authorities and all the other stakeholders in these problems. So we've been able to raise awareness about these problems too. Again, we've been able to follow up on these projects throughout the rollout of these projects. And also there's been a reporting and assessment process throughout, because we've had external advisory facilities. We've been able to organize meetings so that we can assess exactly how the various different projects are going. And then at the end of the project, we have these final events. So I think we can safely say that CERAV Afrique has been up and running since 2016. We have not been around for that long, but I think we've been able to learn through the collaborative work that we've done alongside our partners. We've been able to provide many different skills and abilities to help to strengthen and build capacities. We've been able to strengthen our structure. We've been able to also partake in regional cooperation. I'd also like to underline the strengthening of our bilateral relations through the consortium. We've been working alongside Culture Development, but also other structures within the consortium and other partners. We have been able to exchange ideas, work and best practices, and in fact, other projects have arisen from this. So I think this is certainly a gain for everybody. But also the fact that we've had oversight from institutional partners. European Union has helped us through the implementation process, the various different activities in which they have participated too. I think this has helped us to strengthen our capacities as well. Also, I'd like to underscore the fact that we have greater knowledge of African practices within intercultural dialogues, but also religious dialogue. This is something we've been able to work on together. And this is also another gain for us as members of this consortium. But also, our center has a critical mission, which is to network and to share the experiences of all the various different participants in the 15 different countries so that we can now build bridges and work together on future projects. And I can say with pride that our very young institution has been able to make more visible the work that we do. In fact, we've been able to overcome all the barriers, particularly through the global COVID-19 pandemic, the health restrictions. This has not necessarily enabled us to be able to work as well as we possibly could have, but we have been able to partly implement the projects that we've been working on. So that is what we've done. I'd like to thank all of you. I'd like to thank the partners of the consortium. I'd like to congratulate the project leaders on the ground. And I would also like to congratulate them for being able to attain their goals and targets despite all the difficulties. I think it's been an extremely important experience for all of us, and we can only look forward to more projects. I would also like to thank our minister, Abdul Karim Sango, who was with us at the very outset. And in fact, he has done all that he possibly could to help us through the implementation and the realization of this project. So thank you to all of you. I will now I will give the floor now to you, Sylvia. Thank you. Thank you to all of you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Michel. Dear colleagues, there is no longer any sound.
À travers le monde. Le Conseil international de la musique est le plus grand réseau mondial d'organisations et d'institutions œuvrant donc dans le domaine de la musique. Notre réseau comprend à peu près 1000
a number of organizations working in 170 countries around the world. And even if this was already said, I would like to point out that the Executive Vice President of our Regional African Group is here with us today, Maître Alipat Dupayo. And we also have with us in the room the chair of the Musical Council from Côte d'Ivoire, Mr. Ansei. I've come with company, David De Grosso, my colleague, who will be taking the floor later to give you a musical surprise. And at the International Music Council, our mission is to promote access to music for all and the value of music for human beings. Our key values are based on what we call the 5 rights to music. And these 5 rights encompass several things, such as freedom of speech through music, access for all to diversified musical education, access to cultural participation for all through music, and also the right of musicians to have training, to have access to the media, to equipment, and that their status as musicians be acknowledged. And last but not least, that they have access to fair compensation for their work. Our organization was set up in 1949 at UNESCO's request. So 2 years ago, we celebrated our 70th anniversary. And today, the International Music Council is an NGO official UNESCO partner. Our organization is contributing to this project, Culture at Work Africa, because of our values and our holistic vision of music. Music as a form of art, which has contributed and continues to contribute to our global heritage and to the diversity of cultural identities. Music also contributes to economic development since jobs are created. But there's a third element in our vision of music, and the sound is gone. Music which promotes individual development, which enables our societies to change, and which brings people together and contributes to social inclusion. And that perhaps is the thread used to weave those fabrics which Professor Tese talked about, and music as a way to spread democracy. Based on these convictions, we contributed to this project, Culture at Work Africa, with our partners. And we embraced this project. We assessed, the sound is gone, different bids, and we helped to select them. And the International Music Council also organized a training course at Ouagadougou. And there we addressed music as a tool for social dialogue, music as a tool to resolve conflicts, music as a way to talk to each other. After that, we also organized a workshop during the second event, which was held in February last year, and that was our last large-scale project together at Harare. And we talked about how music can be used for psychosocial action. So it was about music therapy for marginalized parts of the population. Then we had a contest, a songwriting contest, and we have with us the winner from Uganda, Stephen Bangaman. He is here with us. Hello. He's here with us, and later on.
A little bit later. Thank you, Stephen, for being with us. Il y a actuellement
we have a jingle for a commercial in Kenya, in Swahili. It's being broadcast in Swahili and in French in the DRC on national radios. And we also worked with another project partner, Culture et Développement, and we will be hearing from Valeria later on. And we partnered up for a conference at the end of the project. That conference will take place on June 8th, and it will highlight the role of female creators and women and their role in the intercultural dialogue. So it's been a 3-year journey where we've been able to discover each other and to broaden our horizons. And I would like to support what Michel so aptly said when he talked about what this project meant for us, for the partners. And I would like once again to commend all project leaders who've had to overcome many obstacles, particularly last year. So thank you to all my partners throughout this journey, and thanks also to the European Union, which enabled us to make this dream come true. Thank you.
Voilà, merci à tous également.
Thank you. We just heard from Celia Fisher from the International Music Council, and she spoke about the council and its activities. And before her, it was Michel Saba from Sarav Africa, Burkina Faso, who spoke. So thank you to both speakers. We are going to give them a round of applause. Thank you very much. Before hearing from the other members of the consortium, and before getting in touch with our speakers from Europe, I'd like to say that we also have set up exhibits in different countries, Côte d'Ivoire, including Côte d'Ivoire. We have an exhibit here at the Rotonde des Arts, and that that exhibit will open tomorrow. The opening will take place tomorrow, and the exhibition will be on until June 13th. We also have a digital showcase Beaux-Arts in Brussels, in Belgium. That opened on April 30th and will go on until the 12th of July. And then we have a public conference in Paris on June 8th and in Belgium on June 17th. So this is Culture at Work Africa. And let me now give the floor to two other speakers, Mr. Fry Funya from Zimbabwe and Valeria Marcolin from France. Give them both a round of applause, please.
Madame, vous mettez là. Là, M. Farai, ici, on va rapprocher le micro également. Bon, je crois qu'on a la latitude de démarrer par la dame, hein, parce qu'on a commencé par...
We started with Mr. Saba, so this time, out of gender balance, we will give the floor to Madame Marcolin. Well, I was going to say men first for gender equality.
Hi. Merci, Madame.
Okay,
Please try. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If you allow, I'll speak English, but before that, let me say hello from Zimbabwe and hello from Southern Africa.
Thank you very much for welcoming us to West Africa. And I'm going to have someone help me with translation. I bring here diversity of language, but as Professor Yakubu said, aware that we are grounded in African philosophy.
J'aurais voulu bien faire ça en français, mais je ne pourrais pas, donc je vais le faire en anglais. Et bon, moi je vais servir d'interprète.
I will be interpreting into English.
The issue of bringing this project into African philosophy is important. While we bring linguistic diversity and universal values, this project has to be grounded in African philosophy.
Et nous pensons que ce projet doit être basé sur la philosophie africaine, en dépit des barrières ou des difficultés linguistiques.
I will engage honorable panelists, including the former minister of Burkina Faso, Minister Sango, in these matters of trying to understand why this project is important in the context of the solutions for African cultures.
Et nous sommes heureux, en fait, de savoir qu'il y a plusieurs personnes qui sont intervenues et encore qui sont impliquées dans ce projet. Il y a le ministre du Burkina Faso, le ministre de la Culture, qui également est engagé dans ce projet. Et nous sommes très heureux de le savoir. Et lui aussi qui a compris l'importance de ce projet ici en Afrique.
Therefore, I'm not going to repeat the reasons why Culture Fund was involved in this consortium, because my colleagues already eloquently elaborated the reasons why it is important for different parts of Africa to come together when you are trying to find solutions or insights into African cultures.
Je ne vais pas en fait revenir sur l'importance en fait de ce projet, c'est-à-dire le fait que les pays africains se mettent ensemble dans l'intention de pouvoir faire donner encore une nouvelle force, énergie, dynamisme en fait à ce projet-là, parce que ceux qui sont intervenus ils ont éloquemment parlé de cela. Donc, moi, je ne vais pas me répéter.
Therefore, I thank you very much for welcoming myself and my colleague, Madame Rachel Lioga, qui était là. We have come together to, in person, show you that it is important sometimes to be physically present from different parts of Africa.
Et nous sommes venus à deux, ma collègue qui est assise là du Zimbabwe, et nous voulons montrer à quel point il est important souvent de venir en personne, de façon physique, voilà, pour montrer que nous pouvons en fait parler de ce projet.
And we thank the project members, the consortium members, and quite a lot of the sub-grantees, the beneficiaries who came all the way down to Zimbabwe for a meeting to understand one another in Harare.
Et nous avons jugé bon de nous déplacer pour venir échanger avec vous, pour se comprendre et pour échanger véritablement sur la thématique qui nous réunit ici.
And therefore, for us to come back here, having launched the project in Burkina Faso, where we also came, and the minister was there, and we are happy that he's here again when we've done the rounded tour of the project. We are here again gathered to now reflect back to see whether these 3 years have been useful or not to African culture.
Et nous avons été également au Burkina Faso. Il y a le ministre de la Culture qui est avec nous là-bas. Et nous sommes heureux également de le voir ici. Nous sommes déjà à 3 ans de ce projet. Nous sommes en train de voir comment ce projet va continuer sa marche.
And to finish off, therefore, I think what is important today is the insights that we'll get into understanding the role of culture in our lives, the meaning of culture in our lives, and also how to activate culture into development processes on the African continent. So therefore, I'm looking forward to the discussion and the panel that I will be moderating, because it is looking at insights into why are we doing all these things before we actually understand and see the testimonies of the people who are actually doing the projects.
Et nous sommes ici pour voir en fait la signification, l'importance de la culture dans le développement en Afrique. Et à travers toutes les interventions des panélistes, nous allons voir à partir de quel mobile, à partir de quel, je veux dire, point, nous pouvons en fait démarrer, surtout avec la culture en Afrique.
And therefore, these projects are going to demonstrate to us what have we learned, what can we do better, what should we not do, as we are custodians of a very delicate part of Africa's development, because culture is at the center of what Africa is.
Et nous devons aussi noter que la culture est le centre de ce que l'Afrique est. Et à travers ça, nous devons savoir que nous sommes comme des porteurs de voix de l'Afrique, mais surtout à travers la culture.
And therefore, with those words, I thank everyone who was part of this project. I thank my colleagues in the consortium. We thank all those projects who responded to the call for proposals to share with us their learning experiences. And I thank the Ivory Coast government and the players here for welcoming us. It's been very wonderful experience so far, and really looking forward to the next couple of days learning from the Ivory Coast. Thank you.
Merci, merci à tous ceux qui ont participé, à ceux qui sont présents, à toutes les autorités, également les personnalités, les ambassadeurs, ceux qui ont pris part et qui prennent part à cet événement. Merci, merci à tout le monde, et nous espérons bien que l'année prochaine, les années à venir, vous allez également être là. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Valeria Macolini, ma collègue. Merci beaucoup pour...
Thank you. Thank you for having allowed me to speak first.
Merci donc à M. Faram Founia, merci à Guillaume pour la traduction.
Thank you, Mr. Troy Mfunia. Thank you to the interpreter. And Valeria Marcolin now has the floor. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, representatives in your different positions, dear partners, dear colleagues, I'm very pleased to be with you today here, and I'm going to use a word used by Celia earlier on. I'm Italian. I work for an organization which is based in France, although it works around the world, and it's an honor for me that the name of this organization is symbolic. for this project, Culture and Development, Culture et Développement. And I feel at home here in Africa. I'll be telling you why later. So I'm extremely pleased for many different reasons to be here. Thank you, Farai, for what you just said. And thank you to Michel and Celia because of what they said about the project. Let me tell you what Culture et Développement did while the project was being implemented. Maybe we should go back to its origins, which explain why we're achieving what we achieved today, and which you'll be seeing in the Beaux-Arts exhibit, and also you'll be seeing it in the publication that you have with you, and which we did with UCGL. So Culture et Développement and InterArts got in contact with all the other members of the consortium to recall certain values which brought us together. When the EU promoted this call for projects to promote cultural diversity and social promotion in Africa through cultural expression, we thought that the only way to respond to this call for project was the idea of proximity, to work as closely as possible with community operators, because when we talk about diversity, we're talking about populations, men and women, who express their cultural wealth. So through projects, we can capture this diversity, and we can work together to resolve these conflicts.
La paix et la cohésion sociale. Et Culture et Développement est aussi particulièrement.
And development are also very important. We need to have a very close relationship with these two countries, their ministries, and our colleagues, the operators in the field. The second concern which inspired us, and that's also why I asked you to speak before me, Farai, is the question of barriers, because when we talk about diversity and cohesion and encounters, tolerance, conflict, we're talking about barriers. Barriers can be mental barriers, they can be material. This is an encounter between human beings, and there can also be physical barriers, and that's when we find limits to mobility, for example, which is one of the greatest limits, whether it's within the African continent through our culture and development projects, but also between Africa and Europe, and also between Africa, Europe, and the rest of the world. So we wanted to send a very important message about this idea of barriers, about how to work together to overcome mental barriers, imaginary barriers that we may build between each other, and also to facilitate physical meetings. And that's why we wanted to work around two integrated geographical areas. One was the European Union, the other was ECOWAS. And with our continental practice, we wanted to work on the 15 countries covered by the project. Just waiting for the sound to come back from the microphone. I apologize, this sound has gone from the microphone.
International de la musique nous dépasse.
The International Council of Music is older than our organization. We work at the same time with international organizations, regional, European organizations, UNESCO, also states such as Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, which are present here today, local authorities. The town hall of Ugumba will take the floor later. And our goal is to develop culture in a plural and cross-contextual way. And we want all players to be involved from civil society. We think, and we're delighted that the Sustainable Development Goals reflect this. We think that we need to develop our shared areas. This is the world where we all live. This is a shared territory. And so we have launched this message that we need to work together. And you'll see this in our projects later when we show you what we've done. We want to build a shared world where, as you said, Farai, and where Professor Yakuba said as well with regards to public space, we want to go towards the other, to discover the others, to help the others overcome their challenges, because then one day that person will be able to help us to overcome our own challenges. And it's only by working together that we will be able to achieve the results. And now just to go back to this idea of the mindset behind the project and its conception, because I think it's something that is reflected in a number of different projects that reflect on diversity. And in fact, indeed, it's a call that I'd like to make now to conclude my remarks. We think at Culture at Work Africa is a start. It's not an end. Development projects are long-term projects. With the Town Hall of Ouagadougou, we've been working for more than 25 years together, for example. So we've been working since 2014 with the Town Hall of Yukum. These are long-term relationships because we know that changes take time to be implemented, particularly when we're changing hearts and minds. And often projects are too short if we really want to generate social innovation. But so 3 years for a development project is too short. We need 6, 9 years, for example. Yes, obviously training projects or training aspects of projects can be shorter. But for example, when you've chosen a region, maybe Valerie could talk about this as well. If I just mentioning your parallel activity, Valerie, we need time. And often the political leaders cannot apply this time framework because they have their own criteria, their own requirements. They have to justify the use of public funds themselves. This is a shared responsibility, however, and we need to promote the common good, which should be the very basis of our societies, and which is often overlooked by short-term ideas that generate profit, which in the long term could actually have a negative impact that outweighs the short-term positive impact. So Culture at Work Africa, when we created it, our hope was that the technical and financial partners would be willing to take on the project in the long term after the European Union's contribution. We'd like to thank the European Union for that contribution. And as you said, Farai, it's very important that we base our identities on our cultures. And when we say that this is an important partnership, it means that we are sending out a message to the world of tomorrow. And this is what I'm calling now, is for us to continue this work, continue our efforts, for the local authorities to continue to work with us and federate other authorities and other organizations to take part in a second phase of the project. And we hope that this so-called final encounter will actually just be the beginning of a new phase in the project. Thank you very much. And so on the closing with the call from Valérie Marcolin from Culture and Development, we have come to the end of this first session. You have heard Michel Saba, who from Seraf Afrique in Burkina Faso, Sylvia Fischer, who is the Secretary General of the International Music Council from France, Farah Mpunya, who is the Executive Director of Culture Fund of the Zimbabwe Trust in Zimbabwe, and Valeria Marcolin, Co-Director of Culture and Development in France. Now, we are going to respect our time frame, and so I would ask everybody to be as concise as possible in the second part of our conference today, and we're going to talk about what public spaces there are needed for a youth which is promoting intercultural dialogue, and what is the role for art and the management of spaces. We're going to talk about innovative spaces for social cohesion, dialogue of cultures, cultural diversity, and living together. This is from Mahmoud Dafe. And then youth for a responsible citizens' education in urban areas. And this will be the representative of the Town Hall of Yopongon, and Valerie Oka, who is an expert on the 2005 Convention of UNESCO. And we are now going to conclude. We will then conclude at 12:45, and there will be, for those present in the room, a cocktail because it will be midday. We're now going to ask our two panelists to move. We're going to applaud them as they change places. And we are going to quickly take our places and change our decoration. So after the speeches that we've already heard, before we move on to the next presentation, the next panel, we now have the School of Poets here. The president of the School of Poets is present here. And I think we have Placide Conan, accompanied by a renowned guitarist who is a very important force, Frédéric Mawata. So for all of our friends from outside of Côte d'Ivoire, now you're going to discover the School of Poetry of Côte d'Ivoire. And here we have Dr. Alain Tailly. Please give him a round of applause.
esquisse au clair de ciel la nuit quand d'innombrables huiles brunes dressées attendent de nous boire et chaque mot dit est une parodie. Ceci n'est pas de la poésie, c'est un chant de mystère au pays de ceux qui s'entêtent à comptiner la mélopée des queues sans tête. Ceci n'est pas de la poésie, c'est un sassa qui parle, la dextérité du symbole. Je suis de ceux qu'on appelle les yeux fermés, épice de ceux qui avalent la braise pour purifier la parole. Celui que tu ne nommeras qu'après avoir mordu la langue 3 fois, né où je suis, né où je porte. Ce jour mémorable, ma voix se fait panégyrique pour apporter un peu de moi à la conférence finale de Culture of World. Cora, prêtez-nous votre si bon son. Balafon, prêtez-nous les entrailles de vos calebasses. Tam-tam, prêtez-nous la rage de ces rudes caresses. Atum blanc, prêtez-nous la voix de ces mystères royaux et que j'appose dans l'inoubli sur la guitare de Mawata, ma voix venue d'ailleurs, car aujourd'hui est un jour exceptionnel. Et nous voici à l'ombre de Maché, venus de tous les ailleurs, de tous les lointains. Là-bas, il y a Mbote, ou Bakadazoua, ou Wezon, comme ici on vous a dit à Kwaba, vous ouvrant grandement le cœur et les bras. Nous sommes les doigts d'une même main, nous sommes les lettres d'un même alphabet, les corps d'une même ombre. Et nous portons nos cultures comme grappes d'âme attachées à ces actes qui ont précédé nos pères. Corps d'une même ombre. Je veux partager avec vous quelques conseils de mon grand-père. Assis à l'ombre de ses gloires passées, mon grand-père regardait plus loin que le bout de son nez. À ses pieds, une flèche rouillée, paumes, épaules flétries par les âges. Il Nervlou, mon fils, fils de mon fils. Les murmures qui caressent l'écorce de l'arbre à palabre finissent par fouler le seuil de la case la plus reculée du village. Qu'importe le sang du défunt, le thé matin ne se dansera pas au cimetière. Le recul fait partie de la chorégraphie du masque. Un recul sagace, c'est une marche en avant. Il m'a dit, les forts savent se battre, mais les sages savent gagner. L'homme mal instruit fait ce que l'or a dit. La raison du plus fort est souvent celle du faible d'esprit. Si tu veux vivre comme un roi, travaille comme un esclave. Et nous sommes les corps d'une même ombre. Et nous sommes les lettres d'un même alphabet. Et nous sommes les doigts d'une même main. Nous portons notre culture comme graffiti à nos âmes, attachés aux actes qui ont précédé nos pères. Mawata chante.
Et je suis toujours noir. L'histoire a peut-être oublié mon nom, elle a peut-être perdu la mémoire. Je porte mes rêves dans mes poches et elles sont vides. Chaque goutte de mes larmes abreuve la terre aride. Je suis bercé tous les soirs par le chant mélancolique de la solitude. Autour du mets, j'ai l'impression de manger ma propre chair, ma propre négritude. Mon corps a imbibé toutes les salives du monde. Ma tête est pleine de neige, je perds des ondes. Monsieur le préfet, au nom de Dieu le plus parfait, je veux une carte d'identité, s'il vous plaît. Qu'elle soit blanche, jaune, orange, qu'elle soit d'Afrique, d'Asie, d'Amérique ou d'Europe. Je veux une carte d'identité, s'il vous plaît. Je veux une carte d'identité, s'il vous plaît. Pour que plus jamais notre culture ne soit mal cultivée. Pour que plus jamais nos traditions ne soient mal traduites. Plus jamais. La terre n'a qu'un soleil, mais le monde n'aura jamais une culture, non. Il aura des cultures qui dîneront ensemble, qui mangeront ensemble autour d'une table, d'une carte de monde d'Afrique. La terre n'aura jamais une seule culture. La terre aura plusieurs cultures. Alors toi, mon frère, viens, ma soeur, viens avec ton bas climat, ton Bia, ton bébé, viens avec ton Victor Hugo, ton Baudelaire, viens avec ton Dadier, viens avec ton Zadizaourou.
Je suis en réunion. Que tu sors, c'est-à-dire? Ah, d'accord.
Alors, merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much once again.
Merci une fois de plus.
I'm glad to be moderating this session because it's a continuation of what I spoke about earlier on.
Donc, c'est la suite de ce que j'ai dit tout à l'heure. Je vais être le modérateur.
This particular session is going to further look into the public space.
Donc, il va s'agir en fait de l'espace public.
And as it was defined, the public space is a place where we have to define it, we have to negotiate it, we have to redefine it and renegotiate it. And in Africa, a lot of these things are happening among the young people, as we've just seen here.
Et donc, l'espace public doit être négocié, doit être redéfini. Et tout à l'heure, nous l'avons vu avec la jeunesse, à travers la prestation des slameurs poètes.
And therefore, we are going to have a panel where we're going to have insights into what this space is, where it has been, how other people outside the project are defining it, are seeing how it's been defined, and seeing how everyone comes to this space freely to participate in it.
Et tout à l'heure, nous allons voir comment où est cet espace d'abord, ensuite comment ces différents acteurs, ces différentes interventions vont nous redéfinir en fait cet espace-là, comment il peut être utilisé de façon libre pour les expressions, pour les interventions.
And therefore, this session is going to look at 4 areas. The first one is challenges that are defining this space.
Et donc, nous allons voir en fait les défis qu'on rencontre, bien sûr, dans cet espace public-là.
And then we're going to hear about what this space is in the context of culture and the arts and development.
Et donc, nous allons voir cet espace public-là en matière d'art, en matière de développement et comme ça.
And then after that, we'll look at the innovations that are happening in this space. What are young people bringing up in this space before we get testimonies from the project later on.
Et nous allons voir ce que les jeunes apportent en fait dans cet espace public-là. Ensuite, parler de témoignages.
And then lastly, we're going to hear insights into how young people are looking into how they define themselves in terms of being citizens in urban African cities and how it all ties into actually building the African of the future who is operating in these defined spaces.
Et nous allons voir comment cette jeunesse-là est citoyenne, comment cette jeunesse-là contribue en fait au développement de cet espace public-là en Afrique, bien sûr.
And therefore, to start with, I'm very honored to have Professor Soro Ngolo Abudu, who is the Secretary General for the Ivorian Commission for UNESCO.
Et donc le professeur qui est là, et il va aussi intervenir, il fait partie du panel.
His vast experience in understanding the UNESCO's role in defining these spaces at an international level will be useful to contextualize what are the challenges faced not by just this particular project, but faced universally with what we are defining as spaces that are of public value.
Et il va nous parler en fait en termes au niveau international les différentes difficultés qu'on rencontre, les différents défis qu'on rencontre.
I'm aware that there is not a lot of time, and therefore, Professor, I'm going to give you 10-15 minutes to really capture insights of the ideas that you want to bring forth into these kinds of spaces before we hear testimonies from what actually happened within the project. So we'll allow you around 10 minutes. I'm sorry, it's not a lot of time, but there will be another opportunity to have the debate after, and then we can also expand these ideas like Valeria Macolini said. Culture at Work Africa should not end here. It's a continuation of the same ideas of interrogating what is going on within these spaces. So, Professor, I give you the floor to start sharing with us what your insights are.
Nous n'avons pas assez de temps, du coup nous allons donner que 10 ou 15 minutes au professeur et ça ne sera pas à la fin de sa présentation, ça ne sera pas à la fin. Nous pourrions en fait continuer à échanger dehors après cette communication. Merci.
Merci, monsieur le modérateur.
Thank you.
Je voudrais dire merci aux organisateurs de...
I would like first to thank the organizers at our network. Thank you for organizing this cultural event on dialogue and its cultural diversity. I'd like to thank also the minister and also thank the directors of the cultural institutions for being with us today. Thank you for being with us. I'd also like to welcome Martin Levy, who's a pioneer in all the work that we've done with UNESCO. Thank you for being with us today. And thank you for all that you've done for Côte d'Ivoire and in Beauville, making our town so beautiful. Thank you. I'd like to thank all UNESCO partners who are helping UNESCO through its mandate, which is basically to defend peace for men and women, as is stated in the preamble to the UNESCO Convention. It is in the spirit of both men and women working together that we can build peace. And it is what we want to do for both men and women. And I'd like to talk about the challenges for intercultural dialogue. Now I will outline this very briefly, if I may, and then we can share our views afterwards. So this is a very current debate for us. And in fact, our culture is becoming more and more diverse. Cultural diversity is an innate part of man that is caused by migrations. These migrations are caused by regional conflicts and other reasons. So cultural diversity is something that is growing throughout every single region of the world, and it is an essential part of how we communicate with each other. more and more people live in multicultural environments, and they build multiple types of cultural bridges. Cultural diversity is therefore something positive across the board and for everybody. It helps us to create better wealth. It helps us to deepen and widen the cultures of the world. And we therefore need to come together in dialogue and exchanges. Sadly, however, this cultural diversity is frowned upon by many others who see the seeds of conflict in it. So we must therefore give a coherent version of multiculturalism so that we can overcome the problems, because it should be a benefit. It should be beneficial for all international and transnational communities. So intercultural dialogue is an exchange, an open exchange between individuals, between people and groups, allowing them to overcome their differences so that they can have a wider understanding of the world. According to UNESCO, intercultural dialogue is the fair exchange between people and civilizations, and it aids in a mutual understanding and creates a level playing field for cultures. It is the sine qua non need for the peace building and reconciliations between peoples and nations. Cultural diversity in a global world. There is very little doubt that the erosion of our culture is causing concern across the world, particularly when we have the Western perspective that is being brought to us by new telecommunications, by TV and by the media. And really, we have to admit that globalization is also bringing about a cultural standardization, and multiculturalism and interculturality will play a part. But to be able to see the world in a different way, multiculturalism and interculturality really need to be a part of our common thinking so that we can understand cultural differences. Interculturality is key here. It's about responding to the idea and to the fact that people have differences of opinions, even within the same societies. And if we look at interculturality, we talk about interactions between the same societies, same civilizations, and we need to have equality of rights within this interculturality. And in fact, interculturality as a concept helps us to better understand how we speak and talk and think. And this is about building a pact for different cultures through mutual respect and respecting the differences between ourselves and others. And we need to not give priority to one culture or one society over another. We need to make this part of the public sphere. We need to have a diverse society within which everybody has the same rights. This is interculturality. We need to have an ethno-political approach, which would be to make a demand for equality across the different sectors of our societies. Back in 2005, Valio Oka was a promoter of the work that we did on the promotion of intercultural diversity. This is the 2005 Convention of UNESCO on the protection and the promotion of the diversity of different cultures. This is the UNESCO Convention from 2005. And it was based on fairness in the treatment of other cultures, where we could generate cultural dialogue through mutual respect and dialogue. It is a convention that has brought about the notion of intercultural dialogues. And this has therefore brought about this building of bridges despite the differences between people. This is an essential part of intercultural dialogue. And in fact, United Nations began to talk about the alliance of civilizations. And the intercultural dialogue is a key part of this. And it also includes religious dialogue, the bringing about of good practices at local, national, and regional and inter-regional levels, and sub-regional too. It is a vision that will enable us to overcome fanaticism of fundamentalisms, extremists. It will hopefully bring people together, and UNESCO therefore plays an oversight function to be able to help people through conflict and post-conflict situations, through reconciliation actions, by building human bridges and by organizing meetings between people so that they can create the groundwork for dialogue between people. Intercultural diversity, language, communication, and mutual understanding between people's language is intercultural. All the different languages are the catalysts of dialogue. If we can come together and converse, we're going to be able to build bridges and have been able to do so throughout history and between people. And that is how we relate with others. Language is the identity of a people, and it is a part of their culture. Between generations as well, the transmission of knowledge between generations. And this is also aided and assisted by education. So we need to therefore be able to help this process within the cultures of different peoples. And we therefore need to make culture a part of this educational process, part of the intercultural dialogue. We need to have a swift circulation of information, greater dialogue, so that we can have a greater understanding of the situation of humans and people. And we also need to pay heed to the less dominant cultures. We need to think about this on a planetary level, because all and every single culture has to have equal value across this planet. This will help us to be more tolerant on a global scale. So, there are certain approaches we can take to help with this intercultural dialogue. Intercultural dialogue is going to help us to be able to act in a way that we can act towards aiding those that have been victims of stigma, those who have been victims. We're going to help them to combat and overcome cultural stereotypes. Intercultural dialogue is going to help us to create initiatives whereby we create spaces within which we can facilitate cultural interaction. We can do this in countries where there are inter-community conflicts. We also need to work on historical reconciliation between peoples, on the process of memory and the reconstruction of it. Language. So if we can help to create an appropriate educational outreach type of language, we're going to help people to work together. We need to also supply them with the right tools so that people can communicate in their mother tongues. They can also communicate in the national and international languages as well. We need to be able to translate works of people across borders by translating them so that we can help people, also in media and in audiovisual formats. And we need to therefore be able to have a linguistic diversity. We need quality as well. We need good practices in this. We need to do this through the education. And we also need to have a comparative approach in the way that we create content, both locally, nationally, and internationally. We need to have methods that will help us to transfer, also based on traditional communication methods. We need to pay particular knowledge to knowledge and cultural diversity in all its forms. So in conclusion, I would say that cultural dialogue, intercultural dialogue, is a complex sum of many different parts that will enable us to act and allow people to be different. That goes without saying. we need to create the right communication channels and methods. And we also need to be able to reconfigure people's mindsets. Because it is only through culture that young people in general will be able to overcome their complex differences and will be able to commit together to a process of dialogue. The success of intercultural dialogue, including religious dialogue, will require the equality, a level playing field for all participants. And this will need an understanding of the various different methods of expression, customs, and traditions of all the various different stakeholders. So we need to create a culturally neutral space for dialogue where people can express themselves freely, particularly in the context of interreligious dialogues. This is an extremely important dimension of the process. So this will help us through the resolution of conflicts. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Sorongolo Boudou. He's defined the space we are talking about, that it is really important for us to visualize it. So he's framed the space in terms of it now being multicultural. There's complexities of digital technology impacting it, and also some of the things that are challenging, like extremism. I'm not going to go into the detail of what he has defined, but I hope that his presentation will be shared with us so that we can look at it more closely beyond this panel session and into the next stages of Culture at Work Africa. So thank you very much, Professor, for doing that. And thank you very much for respecting the time.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Merci bien, professeur, pour avoir respecté le temps. Merci pour votre présentation.
The professor has set the right stage for us to go into the next stage of our insights from people outside the project. And I have the honor to invite the former minister of Burkina Faso, Minister of Culture,
le ministre de la Culture, ancien ministre de la Culture du Burkina Faso.
Dr. Abdul Karim Sango, and I have the pleasure to say that name because yesterday when I met him, we were talking about how that name has got the same resonance in Zimbabwe and in South Africa. The same name, the same spelling, the ties that link us. And the minister is going to talk to us about the place of culture and the arts as we are defining these spaces. But yesterday when I spoke to him, we said, you know, he doesn't have much time. It's a big issue. And so I asked that he limits the key insights from his experience as having been a minister of culture for 3-4 years and give us his insights from an outsider's point of view and look at how the space that we are seeing, especially among young people, is looking from the point of view of power, of governments, of us, the people who do institutions and policies. So I have the pleasure to invite you, Minister, and I know now you are taking time to reflect on your time in government and share with us your experiences of having been there in charge of culture in Burkina Faso.
Okay. Pour avoir été ministre, c'est un homme qui a... du gouvernement, avec l'œil d'un dirigeant et également en tant que l'œil du peuple. Il a plusieurs expériences et à travers sa présentation tout à l'heure, nous allons voir un peu voilà, ces différentes expériences. Merci bien.
Merci. Je voudrais aussi me réjouir d'être associé.
I'd like to say how happy I am to take part in this meeting. This picks up from what I did as a minister. I'm glad to be in Abidjan. I was here a month ago. Regarding the topic I'm going to address, as I said yesterday, the original title was the place of culture and arts and organizing spaces of intercultural dialogue for social cohesion and so that we can live together. I tried to reformulate that topic because it seems that one of the purposes of the work you've been doing for almost 3 years is to see whether culture and art can contribute in some way to humanize our world. That's what I understood, and I'm going to try to address this. Certain things have already been said that show that our cities are sick. And I'm saying this very carefully. From my standpoint, I think that after the 2 world wars, I think that since then we haven't been as ill, as sick as we are today. Professor talked earlier about a torn fabric, and that's exactly what we have today. Our young people are accused of all the evils, but the real question is, as far as I'm concerned, well, when I was in government, the real question I thought was, what do we have to offer to these young people? In the public space, what is promoted, what is defended, what is the standard? It's not the founding values of our society. It's actually counter values that are being promoted. With the support of UNDP, I had started to reflect on the contribution of culture. While I could see that violent extremism was making headway in my country, which was an example of social cohesion. It was said there is no religious problem, there are no ethnic problems. And then all of a sudden, since 2015, we see violent extremism. Government started to work on that, but I thought there's something wrong here because I couldn't see how we could win this war with weapons. I met with different ambassadors and we would say, well, I saw Americans stay in Afghanistan for many years. They just left a few days ago with all their sophisticated weaponry, and they were not capable of defeating these movements. So all we're going to do is destructure our societies because we think in the same way as others. They make up their solutions and we don't try to adapt. So since I'm not very smart, I went back to basics. And when I took office, I saw that the ministry had conducted a study on cultural values in Burkina Faso, shared by all. When I looked at those values, I realized that those are values that you can also see in Congo, in Cote d'Ivoire. They're values I learned as I grew up, either at home or at school. They're the values that make up my personality, and which mean that I'm open-minded, that I'm nonviolent. But we didn't speak a lot about those values. And I said, well, we have to highlight those values. We need to promote those values. My predecessor talked about the preamble of UNESCO's founding charter. And I like what that says, that war starts in the minds of men. And we have to defend peace. And we have to instill that spirit in our children. Cultural projects was said here, the main challenge is time. We live in a world obsessed with money, and someone who is well trained, well educated, that's the person who can contribute to changing society. So these are the values we're talking about, the values that we need to teach, that we need to instill. And that's what leads to development. Unfortunately, we abandoned that, and no one does that work anymore. And we're surprised to see that our children show respect for nothing. 2 days ago in Ouagadougou, children burned the car of the principal of a high school. They say, well, we have to reform the educational system, and they want children to talk about those reforms. And I say, what? Why would we want children to take part in that? They should be informed, but that's all. So what are these values? These cultural values, which I saw in the study that was conducted and which you're well aware of. Solidarity. Solidarity, how is that promoted nowadays in modern societies? You have baptisms, then there are people who pass away, and a lot of people come together. But in traditional societies, there was room for everyone because we were aware of the fact that if part of the population was left by the wayside, that could be counterproductive. So in the name of development, you've abandoned young people who we call germs. We complain about that, but where do these children come from? They're just left aside, but that's not the solution. There's something that's broken. In our villages where we were born, a child who wanders out in the street when he should be at school, well, that was a problem for everyone. If it had just been up to my parents, maybe I wouldn't have gone to school. But when I was seen during school hours wandering around, everyone said to me, go back to class. These things look very straightforward, but these are the things that build a society. What about respect? I was talking about it a while ago. In the name of the human rights of children, we say, no, we've got to discuss everything with kids. There's a famous professor in our country who says, we love our children so much, they have so many rights that nowadays they can go and play next to a well, and the children will fall into the well, but that's the human rights of children. They're free. Something else I saw, which could have been promoted, is the idea of tolerance. We have a huge problem nowadays with religious tolerance. In Burkina Faso, it's a problem. The revealed religion which came from elsewhere has destroyed social ties among people, where we're a society in which tolerance is an idea shared by all. So you're in a country, you've been there for 50, 60 years, and because for Africans in general, foreigners are someone sent by God. So what did we do? What did we do about all of this? So to sum up, we don't have much time. I think without idealizing our societies, which of course have shortcomings, I think we need to go back. These values, bring them back to public space. And that's where art comes in. I'll say to movie makers, don't make movies just for the sake of it. Make movies to elevate our societies towards loftier values. The same for theater. Write plays to build our society in the long term. We used to have tales that's practically disappeared. Young people just played music. We heard a melody. And what about the words to the song? They make a lot of sense. So all these are questions. And to keep the time, I'll say that it's pressing that we go back to these values. I'm really sorry. I feel sorry for young people. When I was younger, even though I'm not very old, but when I was younger, we had Bob Marley. Who is the current Bob Marley? I listened to Bob Marley to prepare this meeting. Bob Marley described an atmosphere similar to the one that we're in. We talk about urban music, but what is urban music? Well, let's continue thinking about this. Fortunately, you're here because I've been in government and I've seen politicians really don't know much about culture. They just say, this person with dreadlocks, that's it. Fortunately, there are other stakeholders, and I think this type of exchange needs to be continued, and I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister Sango there. As I said, Minister Sango is just taken leave from being in government, but is a very useful ally to help us interrogate this space with energy.
Allô? Merci bien, Monsieur le ministre, pour votre présentation.
Thank you.
Je disais, I was saying that the minister has given us energy, a tool to look at what we are going to see as testimony from our projects. I think I'm not going to summarize what he has said, but I think he's saying let's look at the essence of the values and how the fabric of African values and culture has been torn, if it has, and start working from there. And therefore allow us to look at the projects within Culture at Work Africa to see whether we are having this dialogue that is defined with values that are universally African.
Et je crois que le ministre a essayé tant bien que mal de nous montrer à quel point il nous faut redéfinir les différentes valeurs africaines. Il faut repartir à la source parce qu'il y a beaucoup de dérapages. Mais si nous ne repartons pas à la source, ça sera très difficile. Mais en même temps, nous voulons profiter et cette plateforme est vraiment l'espace public le plus approprié pour revenir à ces différentes valeurs-là dont nous avons besoin pour repartir sur une nouvelle base.
We saw earlier on with the young musicians we came here that they were negotiating this space, but they were very respectful. and negotiating the very essence of the things that we are discussing today.
Et la prestation tout à l'heure des slameurs, c'est une forme de redéfinition en fait de cet espace public-là, revenir à ces valeurs-là. Et qu'est-ce que nous en faisons? C'était ça la question du ministre tout à l'heure quand il faisait sa présentation.
Thank you very much once again, Minister, and I do hope that the public engagement using his power on television and the media in spaces for decision makers can allow us to carry on with this dialogue.
Et lui, c'est à partir en fait de sa position en tant que ministre dans le gouvernement, partout où il a été, il a profité pour en fait porter cette voix-là, demander à tout le monde de repartir à ces valeurs-là qui nous fondent et qui nous font en fait.
So looking at innovation spaces for young people and what is going on in Africa, I'm asking whether Mahmoud Daf is on ligne. If he is, then we are going to hear examples of what is actually going on the ground. If Mahmoud Daf is available on ligne.
Mahmoud Daf, oui, Mahmoud Dafé.
Avec nous, et qu'il est très attaché à...
He's very attached to this subject. He started this project as the president of Arterial. He signed the agreement with us, and he is very fond of this project. And I apologize because he was unable to take the floor.
The Festival Sule Niger, and it's a space that is interrogating intercultural dialogue and social cohesion. So we will still engage with him, even if he's not available today.
Donc, malheureusement, Mahmoud Daf n'a pas pu venir faire le déplacement, mais il dit qu'il est vraiment attaché à ce projet et voilà, il nous apporte plein de lumière.
Talking about young people in these spaces, we therefore go on to invite people who are working with young people responsibly in this country, for example. And there is a representative of the mayor of Yopougon.
C'est ça, Yopougon, c'est ça.
Alain Taye.
Yopougon.
Monsieur Bakoyoko Nuyo, is he here? Yes, if you could come, please. Thank you very much for coming. Please do come. And
il va faire
Monsieur Bakayoko
la présentation.
Is the president of the youth council of the commune of Yopougon.
Monsieur Bakayoko, voilà. Donc président d'une association à Yopougon, du conseil des jeunes de Yopougon.
And he's going to give us insights from that perspective.
Donc il va nous donner en fait sa présentation.
Merci.
Merci bien.
Merci.
Thank you.
Mesdames et messieurs.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. In the name of the mayor of Yopougon, I would like to thank the consortium, Culture at Work Africa, for associating us and our town with this activity. I'd also like to greet the various partners and thank them for their presence here. With regards to the subject today, I'm here to talk about the involvement of young people in a responsible citizens' education in the urban areas, and young people as the main animators of intercultural dialogue. Now, the second part I'm quite familiar with, but in the first part of my speech today, I have to answer the following question. What is a responsible citizens' education? What is its role within the urban environment? Why do young people need to be involved in this responsible citizens' education, and how can this be done? So what is this responsible citizens' education? It is a set of knowledge and attitudes that educates people with the values needed to live in communities and within the urban area, to guarantee peace and stability, ensure the respect of institutions, allow sustainable development, guarantee peaceful cohabitation, allow there to be understanding and a good relationship between everybody, and ensure individual well-being. Why should young people be involved in this education? Because of their demographic potential, because in our town, 77% of the population are elderly, and also for their social position, because they are the future. They're the future leaders of families, and the future leaders of society. How can young people be involved in this responsible citizens' education? I'm going to answer this question by talking about Yopongon, my town. But it's first of all important to say that the mayor's vision for Yopongon has always wanted to make it an educational town with a responsible youth. And so our youth policy is focused on the organization and promotion of youth initiatives and responsible education. Today, there are 300 youth organizations in our town, and these organizations provide education to the young people in the town. It promotes entrepreneurial spirit, environmental issues, gender and human rights, social cohesion, and intercultural dialogue. There are a number of other subjects that are likely to help to create a responsible youth. And the local youth parliament in the Côte d'Ivoire put in place a project to develop these initiatives. And on a number of occasions in Yopongon, young people have taken part in citizens' actions which were launched by civil society organizations or by companies or by NGOs to benefit the local community. At the beginning of the coronavirus pandemic, the young people of our town volunteered to help to save lives, demonstrating their commitment to act as responsible citizens. The town hall launched a development project by creating a media library with a section which is to promote the youth with external partners. And we created a Crea Lab, which is an area for creation, especially for young people. We need to build a dynamic, innovative, resilient youth full of resources to build an inclusive society. The second part of my presentation focuses on youth as the main drivers of intercultural dialogue and these areas of intercultural dialogue. And we're going to talk about the different areas for intercultural dialogue that we have in our town and the youth as the main drivers of these areas. So what is an area for intercultural dialogue? Well, it's a multisectoral framework which is open and respectful for individuals from different cultures. It could be a library, a museum, a cultural center, for example. and the different types of intercultural dialogues that we have in our town. In Upongon, we can divide our areas into two sections. Public areas, such as libraries, the youth clubs, social play areas, sports grounds, the various institutions that we have, the gastronomic center that we've created, and then there's also private areas or informal areas, including bars, cafes, community centers. So if the youth are to be seen as the drivers of these spaces, then if we look at their potential, the youth of all societies have to be encouraged to participate in the development process. In Ukombo, this has happened. Indeed, in all of our intercultural spaces, most of the young people who attend them they attend events, most of which of the events are designed specifically for young people. And for example, in the youth clubs, young people come to attend meetings and seminars. The same thing applies in cultural centers, where more than 5,000 young people each year attend a competition called Yok Vacances. Within the private sector, 90% of attendees are young people in these private areas. And these are areas where young people from different communities come together and share knowledge. And youth is an important key to all of this. And Upongon has put in place a project to enhance these spaces and ensure that young people are the drivers. So what do we want to do? We want to continue to underpin these areas by creating a cultural complex for arts and music. We want to mobilize the vast majority of the young people in our country around artistic projects. And our goals is to make young people the key actors in the promotion of intercultural dialogue for cohesion, social cohesion and development. We want to offer this youth a whole series of socio-cultural tools, areas where they can come together and can strengthen this education for a responsible, sensitive youth population. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, I'd like to thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir, for your communication. We're very grateful.
These spaces look like here in a commune here in the Ivory Coast, very close to us.
Et nous sommes très reconnaissants de savoir que la commune de Yopougon est un exemple palpable de ce que nous sommes en train de faire depuis ce matin. Un espace où les jeunes s'expriment.
And he started describing to us what sort of values, what kind of things that these young people are seeing in the same spaces that we ourselves are defining here. So it'll be interesting to see when we actually then go to hear a testimony from a project where Dr. Alain Taï is here, what it's starting to look like for us to see whether what we say from a philosophical point of view, from a policy point of view, and what is actually going on in local government and within the spaces on the ground, is it the same thing?
Et nous voyons avec le docteur Alain Tailly, c'est un exemple palpable, c'est un exemple qu'on peut voir à Yopougon. Vraiment, les jeunes sont impliqués à près de 90% dans presque toutes les activités qui se passent là-bas.
And therefore gives us an opportunity, therefore, to prepare ourselves to look at the stories from the 33 projects in this publication to see how what we are discussing here is actually being realized as learning experiences by these spaces in the 15 African countries. Are they therefore universally African values, and is the fabric the same?
Et dans ce livre, vous allez trouver en fait cet exemple-là. Vous pouvez lire à l'intérieur, vous pouvez rencontrer tous ces exemples, ces témoignages que nous sommes en train ici depuis ce matin de vous expliquer. Merci.
And therefore, to finish this panel, I have the great pleasure and honor to have an artist, award-winning artist, who is also looking at the individual artists within these spaces and was one of the founder members of this movement to build young people within the spaces we are talking about. And I would like to invite Madame Valeria Oka, who is known here, and to share with us some of the things that she's seeing and wants to see within individual artists within these spaces.
Donc, Madame Valeria va nous donner sa... Valérie.
Excusez-moi, c'est Madame
Oka.
Valérie, pas Valéria, ma collègue.
Valérie Oka. Voilà. Elle va nous donner elle va faire sa présentation.
Thank you very much. And please share with us the exciting things that you were telling me about what you are doing with the individual in the individual's intimate space.
Merci. J'ai vu en fait votre dévouement quand vous me parliez en fait de votre expérience individuelle. Merci bien.
Merci beaucoup de me donner la parole dans ce cadre de Culture at Work in Africa. Effectivement, la jeunesse, comme les femmes, sont désormais une priorité dans tous les programmes de coopération, y compris dans le cadre de la Convention 2005, qui repose en fait sur une approche globale allant des métiers à l'accès de la culture, à la contribution de celle-ci au développement durable. Je salue les initiatives et l'action de la mairie de Yopougon et de ses partenaires Culture et Développement, membres par ailleurs du consortium Kawa, qui travaillent à concilier ces approches in solo par une approche holistique.
To consolidate their solo efforts with a holistic effort in order to develop all of these facets and work on the development of the territory and, in essence, its young people. So we're working with the Town Hall of Yopougon and the local partners, and I had the honor of being the first godmother of this project, and I was fully implemented in the project using culture and art as the main tool in order to reprogram, use cognitive behavioral development techniques. Our aim was to respond to the local requirements for development in young people and the underprivileged neighborhoods. And we worked on all forms of knowledge, formal and informal. And this project demonstrated the principles of the agreement of 2005 and illustrated this global approach to development. So if we talk about personal development, social cohesion, support, training, and employment, strengthening mental capacities, all aspects complement the others. And the idea was to develop the creativity of the youngest people and therefore support social cohesion and develop community activities from the very youngest ages based on knowledge, digital technology, promoting sustainable development, protecting the environment, and an inclusive society. So I wanted to give 2 examples today. I don't have much time, so I'm going to focus on these 2 examples. These are activities that we are organizing within the CREA Lab. So there's CREA Lab L, which is for young women, and particularly the most underprivileged, women who have experienced sexual violence. And this project focuses on the idea of giving them the mental strength to feel like proud, beautiful women after having experienced appalling violence. And the aim of this was to create a new period in their lives through a project that would offer them financial independence, as well as intellectual independence as well. And this project is part of the YOP CREA Lab project. And I'm very proud to have these 12 women who are proud of themselves and ready to go out into the world. Now, another interesting project within the art, social cohesion, and capacity building projects is a modular workshop which brings together the creative geniuses of Yopougon, young artists who want to enter the contemporary art market, because I am primarily an artist. I am a visual artist. I work in the contemporary art area, and I know this market because I exhibit my work around the world. And so the idea was to offer these young people and these young designers and artists support, which would enhance their spirit and give them techniques to build their capacity, and offer them a cultural project which will allow them to enter the market of contemporary art at a national, regional, local, and even international level. And I am delighted that Culture at Work Africa and all the organizers in Abidjan, as well as YOP CREA Lab, are committed to remind us that the economy can be sustainable and creative if societies are peaceful, because everything is a question of values. Even in the creative economy, not everything is good, and we need to have a critical approach and be guided by our approach to being a citizen. And this has been seen in the YOP CREA Lab project, which I encourage you all to take a look at as an example of innovation by populations and the values that are vehicled by this project. Later, you will see that YOP CREA Lab has offered people who are interested in digital culture and creativity. They have their mobile lab. It's a van that goes from town to town and shows exhibitions to the population. And it can include 3D digital printing on textiles. It's possible to do a huge number of activities. And what's interesting is that this mobile Fab Lab was produced through the contribution of artisans and young people from Yopougon. So I'd like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Valérie.
Merci bien, Madame
And
Valérie.
I'm very happy to have ended with her because she is looking at this young person that we've been talking about, but looking at a holistic approach to engaging them. The mind, the soul, and the whole spirit, the reason for actually being involved in the arts and the creative sector. And also I like what she was saying earlier on about individuals within communities will become mentors or gatekeepers or custodians of these agreed values, who become the focal point of looking at what this common universal value system for young Africans must look like. And I thank you very much for the work you're doing and your personal investment. So thank you very much. I think our panel is finished.
Ok, merci bien, Madame Valérie. Elle essaie de pouvoir mettre ensemble des jeunes gens, des jeunes gens bien sûr souvent qui sont en train d'apprendre, qui commencent, qui ne sont pas tout le temps, je vais dire, déjà connus, mais qui commencent et avec l'âme, avec l'esprit, avec tous les éléments qui vont avec, c'est sûrement elle fait un travail formidable. Merci bien à elle, merci pour ce qu'elle fait pour tous ces jeunes-là.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Merci une fois de plus à Monsieur.
Thank you again. Thank you, Farai Mfunya from Zimbabwe for moderating this panel over a concept on what is the public space for young actors and promoters of intercultural dialogue. We've heard from Professor Sora Ngolo Obudu, Secretary General of the Ivorian National Commission for UNESCO, who spoke to us about the place of culture and arts in the development of intercultural dialogue. Then we heard about spaces for dialogue of cultures, cultural diversity living together. We heard there from Yukarim Songo, the culture minister of Burkina Faso. Pierre Claver Mabiala has asked me to excuse the absence of our speaker. And we're going to be hearing, we have heard from the mayor of Yopougon as well, who's been speaking about promoting youth, leisure. And then finally we heard from Valérie Oka, who's an artist from Côte d'Ivoire and an expert on the UNESCO 2005 convention. Now I'm going to ask Pierre Claver Mabiala to address a few final remarks now. Now, we had some technical problems at the beginning. Mercedes Giovinazzo from InterArt, Jody Pasquale from URCG, and Frédéric Messieu from Beaux-Arts. They were not able to participate, but in the upcoming conferences in Paris and Brussels, they will certainly be participating. You will be able to hear from them then. Inaudible audio feed.
Comme annoncé, je vous laisse en compagnie de Monsieur David Grosso qui.
So I'm going to leave you with David Grosso. Thank you. Thank you. I imagine you're slightly weary by now. It's an honor for me to be able to introduce an artist who's a symbol of Culture Work Africa for coming out victorious in a competition organized in the 15 target countries of this project. A competition for songwriters to write a song about intercultural dialogue and social cohesion. International Music Council has coordinated this competition. So you'll be hearing a song that is powerful, emotive. In fact, Minister, you spoke earlier about this. It's therefore a song that I think is courageous. It's Pan-African. It's a hymn to unity and dialogue. So I will briefly introduce Stephen, who's come here all the way from Kitgum, 600 kilometers to the north of Kampala, in Uganda. Sound.
Ah oui, vous m'entendez?
Okay.
Vous étiez légèrement fatigué. Je vous inviterai juste à vous lever.
As I said, I think you're a little bit tired. But I'd just ask you to take to your feet, just 5 minutes. I think it's good to stretch your legs, exercise for 5 minutes or so. You can take to your feet. The microphone is not working anymore.
Sur scène, disons, et il va dire quelques mots avant de commencer. Donc Stephen NG, accueillez.
Stephen NG.
Just stand there, yeah. Just take the seat.
Bonjour à tous.
Good afternoon.
Bonjour à tous.
Okay, my name is Bongomian Stephen.
Mon nom est Steven.
I come from Uganda.
Je viens de.
And specifically, I come from northern Uganda.
Je viens du nord du Luganda.
I'm a Luo by tribe. I'm a Luo. By tribe, I'm a Luo.
Ma tribu est Lo.
I'm happy to be here. Actually, it is my first country to be outside Uganda. Ivory Coast is my first country to be outside Uganda, so I'm happy.
C'est mon premier pays après l'Ouganda que je visite maintenant, la Côte d'Ivoire. Et je suis très heureux d'être ici.
Okay, concerning my song, Libation.
Et
concerning my song, Libation, this is a song that I did it in 2020.
C'est une chanson que j'ai faite, il dit quoi? En 2020.
I did the song and I submitted it to the International Music Council.
Et que j'ai soumis en fait au Conseil de musique internationale.
And I received an email telling me that my song has won the Culture at Work African Songwriting Contest.
Et ma chanson a été retenue et on m'a dit que j'avais gagné le concours.
Which made me very impressed and started to work very hard by then. That is why I'm right.
Et j'étais très très heureux de l'apprendre.
Concerning Culture at Work, the work Culture at Work is doing, it is a good work.
Et ce que Culture at Work est en train de faire est un très très bon boulot.
Because nowadays, many people and many organizations, they don't value young people.
Parce qu'il y a plusieurs organisations qui ne valorisent pas vraiment la jeunesse, les jeunes gens.
In sports, they don't value us. In politics, they don't value us. In education, they don't value us. Even in health sectors, they don't value us.
Vraiment, ils ne nous valorisent pas, ni en politique, ni en art, ni en éducation.
But if you find an organization like Culture at Work who is coming to work with it, we young people, we have to be very, very, very happy and give in all of our efforts to work with such an organization.
Et si nous trouvons une organisation comme Culture at Work qui valorise les jeunes, la jeunesse, il faut vraiment le reconnaître. Et nous sommes heureux en fait d'être avec eux.
I'm very happy. Inside me right now, I'm very happy. Very happy.
À l'intérieur de moi, je suis très, très, très heureux.
Ivory Coast is a lovely country.
Côte d'Ivoire est un pays chaleureux.
It's a very lovely one.
C'est un pays chaleureux.
Yeah.
Merci.
Okay, let me.
Restez. Push play.
This MJ.
On va battre les pédales.
2007 on the beat. I do it for Africa. And I'm keeping doing it for Africa. Love in Africa. Missing sunrise across Africa. Yeah. We prophesizing one love, we one blood. Blessing from me, Jah and me ancestors. Love in Africa, we sing sunrise across Africa. We prophesizing one love, we one blood. Blessing from me, Jah and me ancestors. Yo, AFRICA. If I come in your black skin, Lord, Inca, Zulu, Igbo, Hutu, Tutsi. We never hear the heart of genocide like us, the Afghan parasite. But afterward, we started spoiling what was right. That's why Emperor Haile Selassie came out for unity. Not only unity, but leadership maturity. Don't blame your brother, cause they ran Mugabe in the 80s. Sent many in Zimbabwe. Actually, remember kids in the secession of Katanga. Let's be real, cause there is no need to kill a brother. I'm kneeling down in front of Shalbaki and Greg Macha. South Sudanese, meet you under one umbrella, like fruit of Nelson Mandela in Pretoria, cause we are so superior from the coast to interior. Yeah, cause we are so superior from the coast to interior. Interior. Love in Africa, me sing sunrise across Africa. We prophesizing one love, we one blood. Blessing from me, Jah and me ancestors. Love in Africa, me sing sunrise across Africa. Me prophesizing one love, we one blood. Blessing from me, Jah and me ancestors. We traded in barter, but when the world turned to papers and cryptos, immediately we started hearing about corruption, every taxation, separation of people in relation. You know how we have in female circumcision, which is evil. We should pick peace like Desmond Tutu and Pastor Bizimungu, son of God who prayed for Uto, in the Palomire Moto. I'm full of spirit, sing no more Soweto. No one Uganda for 25 years was under thunder, like in West Africa, from Niger almost to Niger Delta. Walk around, please see life is like a periodic table. If you ain't got no oxygen, you got no element. If your brother can't rest, what do you expect? Do you expect him to die? Do you expect him to fade away? Tell me, bro. One love, one love, one love, one Africa, one love, one Africa, one love. Love in Africa, me sing sunrise across Africa. We prophesizing one love, we one blood. Blessing from me, Jah and me ancestors. Love in Africa, me sing sunrise across Africa. Me prophesizing one love, we one blood. Blessing from me, Jah and me ancestors. Love in Africa. Love in Africa. Uganda to Kenya, Tanzania, South Africa. I'm saying life in Africa. Love in Africa. Love in Africa. In Egypt, Nigeria, and Guinea, and Mali. I'm saying life in Africa. Life in Africa. No shedding blood in Africa. I'm saying one blood in Africa. No, 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 not in Africa. Love in Africa, me saying sunrise across Africa. We prophesizing one love, we one blood. Blessing from Jah and me ancestors. Love in Africa, we saying sunrise across Africa. Me prophesizing one love, we one blood. Blessing from Jah and me ancestors.
Applaudissements, s'il vous plaît, mesdames, messieurs.
MG.
Merci, Stéphane.
Keeping it for you, Africa. Love you, love you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Congratulations.
This song, Liberation, it touches me. Actually, the meaning of liberation is a ritual.
La libération est un rituel.
Liberation is a ritual.
C'est un rituel, la libération.
It is a ritual which is always done by Africans to reminisce, to consider the past.
Donc cela en fait est relatif au passé.
This is my liberation for the past.
C'est ma libération pour le passé.
Yeah, it is it.
Merci. Merci.
Okay, can I do a track? Yeah. Thank you, thank you.
Merci, merci.
Thank you, Ivory Coast.
Thank you, Stephen. Ok. Elle vient de l'Ouganda, je rappelle. Lina Voikost, we know.
From Uganda. So, swiftly, without any further delay, we'll continue talking about reggae. Best reggae album 2017, singing a Jimmy Cliff classic. Thank you, thank you.
Faites du bruit pour vous-même, s'il vous plaît. Yes, sir. Many windows to close, but I can seem to find my way over. Ooh, I'm wondering I am lost as I travel along the white keys of Dover. Ooh, many, many rivers to cross, and it's only my will that gives me life. I believe I watched out for years, and I never survive because of my pride. And you only lost one, leave me alone. Oh, it's a shot job to you on your own. Oh, my woman left me and she didn't say why. I guess I just read right Many rivers to cross. I just want to begin and play for time. Ooh, I find myself faking love committing some devil crime. Many rivers to cross, but I can't seem to find my way over. Wondering I am lost as I travel along the white bees of Dover.
Maximum d'applaudissements pour Malaiki, s'il vous plaît, mesdames, messieurs. Merci. Merci infiniment.
Give the performer a round of applause. Thank you. It's been a real pleasure to take part in this event. We talk about education, the importance of education to develop intellectual capabilities, and with intellectual capabilities, we think we can think clearly. So education is something we all have to work on. Thank you very much. Thank you, Malaiki. And we're now going to give the floor to Sylvia Fish so that she can take the floor. We are moving smoothly towards the end of this event. Are you well seated, madam? Please go ahead. Hello again, and Thank you for having stayed with us. And also thank you to the performers for having reminded us of the value of music. It's an honor for me to introduce the next panel of speakers. We are going to compare and illustrate what was said in the previous panel. Fry mentioned different things in practice of what we'd heard before. So we already got a very practical glimpse into the project, and we can now move on to other speakers, people who benefited from the Cultural at Work Africa project. Thank you, Farai, for having drawn our attention to this publication, which describes the diversity of experience on the ground. I would like to know whether the technical people are ready to connect with the first speaker, who's from Niger. The first speaker is Antoinette Aloutidjani, and she's going to be talking about art and culture for citizens inclusion. Abu Moumouni University, Building Bridges. It's a project run by the Human Science faculty of the Abdou Moumouni University, together with the National Museum Boubouama in Niger, and Amayon Publishing, which is a social enterprise. Antoinette, are you with us? The speaker's mic is not on. The speaker's microphone is off. We cannot hear the speaker, and we cannot interpret her. I hope that Antoinette will be with us soon to share her experience in this project. I know she's connected. I also know the speaker from Uganda is connected from the Open Mic project. And we will also have with us Dr. Alain Tailly. He will be here in person, and he will be talking about the Génération Positive project. This project was implemented here in Côte d'Ivoire.
Peut-être si
Maybe we could start with Dr. Tayi.
avec votre permission et votre indulgence, merci beaucoup.
So, with your permission, let me give the floor to Dr. Tayi.
Voilà, génération positive.
Génération Positive.
Merci.
That's a nice name.
Bonjour.
Thank you.
Bonjour.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Mr. Minister, dear professors.
Le privilège et l'agréable de voir
It's a privilege for me,
avec la mairie de Yopougon,
together with the City Hall of my city, to promote this project, Génération Positive, which benefited from the support of Culture at Work Africa.
peut-être vous en donner une illustration.
Let me try to give you an idea of that project. The project
Disons un certain nombre d'espaces dits de proximité.
selected certain places which we consider to be important social cultural places. We selected 20 of these places after conducting a survey of the whole municipality. And these spaces, 15 of them, got training in different areas, and the speaker is inaudible. The speaker is inaudible.
Parallèlement à ces 20 lieux, il y avait aussi
The speaker is inaudible and cannot be interpreted.
à peu près 100 jours de formation, 60 pour le premier cours musique, 40 pour le deuxième cours. Et donc ces formations visaient à renforcer leur capacité en matière de gestion de l'artistique, en matière d'expression.
The speaker continues to be inaudible.
Aussi à l'art théâtral, à la danse. Voilà. Quand nous les avons formés, il s'agissait aussi d'expérimenter.
So, we also wanted to see on the ground what this training was like. And young people had to, and the speaker is inaudible again.
La OK à l'espace, le campus Doublou, mais c'est là où c'est la force de l'art, la force transformatrice de l'art, puisque après, a été rejeté par le public de façon formidable. Les jeunes gens sont restés sur scène, ils ont démontré.
Young people were able to show to the audience what they could do. And the audience eventually even gave them money. So that was what we did. It was a wonderful experience with 60 young people who have set up a network and have an organization now, a nonprofit organization, under the purview of the Yukubu City Hall. We want to replicate this experience in 3 other proximity areas, because we hope that these areas are social and cultural spaces which can be alternative places, alternative areas to help young people. So this is important for Yukobo. And the speaker is inaudible again.
Et si vous en visitez 5 ou 10 dans le mois, ça peut faire votre affaire en tant que jeune artiste. Voilà.
So
Donc
for young artists, this could be important if you can visit 5 or 10 of them. And in addition to this, we have the social cohesion messages brought by young people to these spaces, which are important to sort of counter the information we get on violence and alcohol consumption, which we see in those areas. So if we do positive work in those proximity areas, we can counter those trends where young people drink alcohol, and if we work with them, we can help them change their behavior and help them become familiar with values. And I think this helps change young people. So now that we've started this work and attracted young people, we have to continue to work so that in 10 or 15 years, we have a positive generation. And this is what we're doing. Thank you. Thank you very much. Of course, this raises a question, since you talked about the future and the expectations that people have. What can young people expect in the future? Well, the 60 young people, or maybe a smaller number because there was some attrition. Well, these young people have a virtual network. They have a nonprofit organization, and they're still in contact with us. So what they hope is that Génération Positive continues into the future, and that within 3 to 5 years, the whole movement continues so that their artistic career can be consolidated. The same goes for these proximity spaces. We worked on 3 of them. We rehabilitated one, but there are others that are waiting for our action. So I think there are a lot of expectations in this regard. You said that young people set up an organization. What about the cooperation between the different spaces? Yes, there is a nonprofit organization for proximity spaces. It's run by Mr. Joave, and this organization was very active when it came to raising awareness on social distancing during the pandemic. And a lot is done artistically. There's theater, there's music, dance, exhibits, and that's thanks to them. So we think that this work can continue with the support of the Yukobon City Hall. Thank you, and we'd like to thank the Yukobon City Hall. And we heard this call for this movement to continue, because this would mean that change has to be done in the long term. That's how change needs to be made. And that's why we need projects, and we need an approach to change that goes beyond a specific project with a limited duration. I think we heard you. And I'm very sorry. I would have liked to hear from the two other project leaders from Uganda and from Niger, but unfortunately the technical staff have told me there are problems with the connection, so I would like to apologize. Let me seize this opportunity, since I'm the moderator, to provide some information on these two projects. One of these projects has to do with artistic training. Young people who were trained so that they can make a profession out of their art.
If you would allow me, we're just going to see whether or not we can hear Mr. Batanda.
Hello? Hear me? I can't hear anything. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Can't hear, can't hear anything. Hello? Hello? First of all, I need to know what's going on, and whether I should introduce myself. Maybe you help me here, or I can go off and you can speak.
I hope you can hear me. And I would immediately, we have the connection. I would very much like you to... the Nakivale refugee settlement. So my first question to you is, since this project was aimed to provide young people from diverse cultural backgrounds the skills and also platforms to organize their own spoken word events, therefore, you can start by sharing which are the communities that can be found in this settlement.
Good afternoon, everyone. So National Refugee Settlement is made of three main zones, which include Juru, Ruwondo, and Base Camp. Base Camp being the managerial area for all the subzones and the rest of the two zones. It's also the base camp that has most of the headquarters of organizations that are working down in the settlement. And then we also have subzones that are in the middle of the main zones, the ones that I mentioned. We have Kabazana, we have New Buja, we have New Congo, as well as the South Zone, and then Somalia and Sudan.
Could you please say a few words about these platforms that you put in place for the young people?
First of all, let me introduce the project. I don't think everybody here is very familiar with it. Now, the Open Mic Project involves a mentorship of young people living in Machibale refugee settlement with skills in performance art, creative writing, and events management, right? And then this project had a run for about 16 months. And it also involved training of 30 who eventually turned out to be 26 young leaders to be able to represent their communities and be go-betweens in the different zones and sub-zones in the settlement. So we brought these leaders back to Kampala and held sorry, there's interpretation here. I'm gonna stop.
On constate que M. Muret a pour objectif d'encadrer des jeunes gens dans le domaine du slam. Donc, c'est des ateliers qu'il organise, des spectacles de slam, et puis aussi, surtout pour les réfugiés. Donc, à Nakival, donc au sein du district du Sengiro, donc pour favoriser bien sûr la cohésion sociale. Donc, c'est un peu ce que Open Mic fait, le projet Open Mic avec Muret.
Now, to continue, these young leaders that were selected and were trained in Kampala were skilled with leadership skills, of course, including creative writing, performance art, and events management. Now, these were supposed to work as go-betweens or representatives of the communities or the respective communities they live in Nachibale refugee settlement.
I was asking among the activities you implemented, which ones were the most successful and why? Which you think are the reasons why they were the most successful?
Right, thank you. I'm sorry, I keep losing you there, so I have the question maybe. But then the good thing you sent me the question before, so I can figure what you're trying to say. So I think generally it was the community shows that we had in the different zones and sub-zones that were very, embraced. And that's also because we had representatives, the 26 young leaders that were selected helped us proper sensitize their own communities and be able to have the right people for the workshops, and then leading on to the events that had a really great turnout and
Ils ont des jeunes, mais ils leur enseignent des valeurs, ils renforcent aussi leurs capacités. Donc ils vont presque dans toutes les zones de cette ville-là. Ils ne vont pas, c'est pas juste au niveau de là où ils se trouvent, mais ils vont aussi dans des quartiers défavorisés, ainsi de suite, pour tout le monde en fait. Donc la parole est vraiment libérée, quoi. Voilà, merci.
Thank you, Murray. And my last question to you is, what do you think the young participants, the beneficiaries of the activities, of the training activities, of the workshops that you have organized, what especially did they take away with them from these activities?
Thank you. So like I mentioned earlier, our workshops involve training the young people in creative writing, performance arts, and events management, meaning at the end of the project, they knew how to create their own open mic shows, curate them, and organize them to the full extent of having a proper show run in their community. Also, they learn how to package their art and how to monetize it, and be able to generate money from it. They also definitely learn how to, or even gain networking opportunities, because some of the refugee artists living in that particular refugee settlement did get a chance to meet a bunch of Ugandan poets and artists during the conference that we had in Kampala, and I think that was very beneficial. I think that was very beneficial to them and the Ugandan artists they met.
Une fois formés, on a la possibilité d'interagir avec les différentes communautés. Ils ont la capacité également de pouvoir en fait eux-mêmes s'affirmer, mais toujours à travers l'art de la parole. Merci.
Thank you, Murray. Thank you. We can conclude our interview here. Thank you very much for sharing your project with us, some insight into what you did, what you wanted to do, what you did, what the young beneficiaries could take away from these activities. I'm very grateful for your patience, and thank you also to the translators in the Zoom meeting. So thank you. Maybe you can stay with us for the rest and the conclusion of this this conference. Thank you again, Murray, and really, I think you did a great work there with the young people, and we are, as a consortium, very grateful to your work. Thank you. And please convey these thanks to all the people at Public Health Ambassadors.
Merci, merci bien Murray, merci pour tout ce que tu fais pour ces jeunes gens, merci pour ce projet, il est vraiment à féliciter. Merci, merci infiniment pour avoir donné ta voix, ton témoignage.
Voilà. Merci beaucoup.
Merci à vous.
Thank you to Uganda. Thank you to the Public Health Ambassadors. Merci à l'Ouganda. Merci aux Public Health Ambassadors, l'organisation qui a mis en place.
Thank you to Public Health Ambassadors who have put in place this project. I think now online we have Antoinette Alotijani of the university that I mentioned earlier, Abdou Mamouni, with the project Arts and Culture for Citizens Inclusion. Well done. Hello, madam. I'm delighted to have you here with me today. This is the conference in Abidjan, and we are giving the floor to beneficiaries of the project, people who have benefited from the Culture at Work Africa project, and you put in place a project called Art and Culture for Citizens Inclusion. And I'd like to ask you to give us some of the key learnings from this project. Thank you very much. You have the floor. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please let me know if you can hear me clearly. Yes, can you hear me clearly? Can you hear me?
Mary?
You can. We can hear you.
Ok, parfait. Donc, je m'appelle Antoinette Tidjani.
We can hear you. So my name is Antoinette Tidjani Alou, and I coordinate the arts and culture sector in the main Nigerian university, which is the University Abdul Mumuni. We have the university has been offering training in arts and culture for just 7 years now. We have a degree, master's degree, and doctorate level, and we are delighted to be considered a worthy partner for Culture at Work Africa in this first call for projects. I'm not sure if there were any other university partners. And in French-speaking Africa, there are few universities that offer practical training, theoretical and practical technical training in arts and culture. When arts and culture exist, they tend to be addressed from a theoretical perspective without any practical application. And it's only the specialist schools that tend to train the practical aspects. And so what we do is quite innovative. And it's very demanding and rather difficult. Difficult in terms of training, but also financially. And so I was really very happy that Culture at Work Africa gave us the title of common partner and offered us the financing that we'd requested. We were also already receiving funding from the PADEC project from the Swiss Overseas Development Organization within a bilateral Switzerland-Niger partnership. But I think that these activities allow the university to play a role that is not often seen, because we are playing a role as a citizens institution and as an arts center. We are a militant institution for the arts, and this project allowed us to push the boundaries of the usual university personality outside of the university walls. We had a 3-step project with 3 main partners. First of all, we had a project that allowed arts and culture to go outside of the university department and work in the medicinal plants garden of the health department at the university. These arts and medicine are not necessarily frequent partners, but with the support of Culture at Work Africa, we were able to demonstrate that cultural heritage is a bridge that brings together a variety of different disciplines, such as medicine and arts and letters. And so we were able to work together on this heritage project to conserve and improve this botanical garden, which is an experimental space for medicinal plants. And I feel that the support from Culture at Work Africa allowed us to overcome this idea that culture is not welcome everywhere, that it should be restricted to specialized units, and that within the university, we are not able to be the bearers of these issues of social inclusion, for example. And that indeed the next generation can learn from our botanical heritage, and that this knowledge should not be held only by teachers and their students who are specialist researchers. We wanted to make it much more widely acceptable. That was the first project. Now, through the Arts and Culture department of the university, we also create bridges outside of the university. We go into the city of Niamey to approach its population, which is a young population. And they attend the Bubuhama National Museum, which is the most important cultural center in the capital of Niger. It's been a long-term partner with us, and we wanted to create a partnership and support the museum. This has been done thanks to the financial participation of COA, the Culture of Work Africa. And then the activity that we're the proudest of means that not only did we come outside of the university, and we went into the city, and then we went beyond Niger's borders to create links with the rest of Africa. And this is our literary prize. This is the activity that allows us to do this. It's a literary prize for youth, young adult fiction. And we were able to do this in conjunction with an institution in Dakar. And our prize is unusual because it is done in Africa, by Africans, for Africans, and for the world. Which means that writers who can apply for this prize must be African writers. They could be of any age, and they have to be resident in Africa and writing about subjects that target young African readers. And this first edition was organized with Culture at Work Africa. It was a great success. It did not only produce one book, but actually two, because the winner was Ugandan, non-French speaking, and Amalion was an exceptional partner and went beyond what had been initially agreed by organizing a professional edition of the winning book called The Rainmakers, and also asking the traductrice Marine Guy to translate the book into French, which was published at the same time. And this book is available online on Amazon in various formats and is a great production and something that we're very proud of.
So at our university, we have another organization, Arts and Culture, that enables us to be at the heart of education through doctoral programs, but also at the service of inclusion, particularly for young artists. Thank you. I'll allow the applause to ring out in the room. Thank you. Thank you, Sylvia Fisher. We heard from two of our speakers, from Mari from Uganda, thank you. From Niger, but now we're going to hear from Ilia Kobena, the president of arterial network Côte d'Ivoire. This it will be also, he will be accompanied by Pierre Claver Mabiala. You've had to come from the Brun Kingdom, from the northeast of our country. And you can tell us about all this, but we're going to have a ritual first from this region, from the northeast of our country. Round of applause. Thank you.
Voilà, juste après la compagnie Touani au Frititi qui est conduite.
Great dance company. Now we can hear from Hilaire Kobena. Hilaire Kobena and Pierre Clavella together will give us the closing remarks. Thank you so much. We have reached the end of today's very first conference in a series of conferences here in Abidjan today. At 6 o'clock, we'll have the preview of our exhibition. And I'd like to thank all of you that have been with us today. Thank you for supporting us, despite the technical hitches that we had. But we stood firm, we kept going. And I think that we've been able to hear from a few of them. We haven't been able to hear from everybody who is there participating remotely, but I'd like to thank you. Thanks to today's speakers. They've made a huge effort. I shall try to be as brief as possible. But certainly, Abdul Karim Sango, Minister, Professor Angelo Sango, Dr. Tayi, Falioka, Mahmoud Afe, who unfortunately could not be with us. Thanks also to all of the
jusqu'à la dernière minute. Donc, je parlerai de Antoinette.
Thank you to the participants, Antoinette from Niger, to Murray Shiraz Batanda from Uganda. And thanks also to Génération Positive from Côte d'Ivoire. I'd like to give thanks to the Culture Work Africa Consortium. Thank you for helping us in the organization of today's conference, Interart, Beaux-Arts, who have done a great deal of groundwork for today, Culture Development as well. In fact, they helped us with the preliminary work, Sirav as well. The Culture Fund Zimbabwe, International Music Council, with our awards for the songwriting competition, which we had today. Thank you for helping. And to our partners at UNESCO for helping us and supporting us in today's conference with the Participation Fund, and obviously, goes without saying, the European Union, who was our principal funder, donor. Thank you. Thank you to Professor Yakouve as well, La Rotonde des Arts. Thank you for providing us with a venue. Thank you to the Arterial team here, Arterial Côte d'Ivoire. Thank you. Thank you, and thank you to all the team for helping us. I'd like also give thanks to the technical staff, those of you who set up the exhibition here, Patri, and the team. We can see their good work. Also, to the sound technicians, thank you. I understand how huge the task has been for you. So thank you. And I would like to now give the floor to the next speaker. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I look forward to seeing you here tomorrow for the preview exhibition. Thank you. We'll have a cocktail later. We'll be hearing from a great Ivorian artist and pioneer in Afrobeat music. So it'll be good to hear. So Afrobeat later on. I would like to concur with our president, Pierre Claver Mabiala, and offer my gratitude to all of Côte d'Ivoire. It was an honor for us to participate in this ceremony, an honor for me. And I'd like also to say that Côte d'Ivoire Arterial Network is the youngest of all the members. 12 March 2020 was when we were first established. And in 1 year alone, we've managed to bring people around the Afuba culture group, a great deal of cultural work, and we have been able to work on creating culture within this network. So the Arterial Network is a rich networking structure, and we really have been able to show you just a small part of all of what the Arterial Network does. And also, coming back to the technical aspect, certainly we have not been around for very long, so we have had a few hitches along the way. But I would also like to say that every time you organize an international event, think about Côte d'Ivoire, because 80–90% of activities take place in the capital, in Abidjan, here. So we need to spread the net a little bit wider. We need a network that goes beyond the capital itself. We have many different ethnic groups, we have many different people in Côte d'Ivoire. I would invite you to come to the Tingele Book Festival next week. That's in the north of Côte d'Ivoire. And I would hope that you could come to this event. And October as well, we have another book festival in the southwest of our country. And then we have the Adiakisie Festival as well. I hope that you can look these up and attend these festivals yourselves, because I can vouch for the excellence and the quality, and that it is there, and it is a part of all that we can offer as a country. I'd like to conclude there by saying thanks to the consortium. Thank you to Culture Work for helping us with this. Côte d'Ivoire is and received official backing, and we will continue to be fully available to all, and we will be happy to receive any cultural events in the future. Thank you. Thank you. So on Friday, 21st, French Institute is going to be offering a show here. 5,000 francs is the entry fee. And the Fab Lab mobile truck is outside on left as you go down the steps. I recommend that you go out and take a look at the Fab Lab mobile. So there you can see exactly what's going on. Thank you to the participants. Thank you, dear guests, authorities. We have been delighted to share this morning and afternoon with you. Thank you for your patience. And I'd like to...
Nous y allons pour prendre quelque chose. Merci à tous. Nous aurons un dernier morceau de Stephens. Avec lui, nous allons terminer en musique. Lui nous vient de l'Ouganda. On fera la photo donc. Voilà. Ici ou en dessous, on va la faire ici? Oui, en haut. Ok, donc juste la photo de famille pour refermer. Et Stephens va donc... On peut jouer déjà la chanson de Stephens. Merci, rentrez bien chez vous, mesdames et messieurs.
I know this living in the name of my achieving. That's why I believe in again. I'm all tama. My Lord is living in the name of my achieving. That's why I believe in again. I'm all tama. My Lord is living in His name of my achieving. That's why I believe in again. I'm all tama. Yeah, anytime I roll the trail with a tail like I'm come looking numbers, Mitch and Makema way, I'm going to enter Lugo Kama, the Jomodo Paramatala, and the Banche, where I'm at Paramapala, Jeremy and Chelsea, rolling away, where I treat up a tree, we low in the Chekala, Piano, for the Killer, can get take a jolla. Get a jolla, MG, the Lord set me free from my bondage, and it's too early, my homies, you can. Still God, any interference, worries or doubts, because there truly is creation and trust in Him. He can answer your question with no objection by those on the possession of your blood circulation. On your blood circulation. My Lord is living in His name I'm achieving. That's why I believe in again. I'm over Tama. My Lord is living in His name I'm achieving. That's why I believe in again. I'm over Tama. My Lord is living in His name I'm achieving. That's why I believe in again. I'm over Tama. My Lord is living in His name I'm achieving. That's why I believe in again. I'm over Tama. Yeah, I'm saying no level to the devil. MG won the battle. Now my mind is so settled. In Jesus' name, I'm more than a conqueror. I'm no more drunk or a murderer. Please, God, give them the same peace, God. Through the blood of your Son, Jesus Christ, God. Oh, God, spare them from the red card. Instead, give them your sword. Second hit and preach forward. Whoever follows will move forward, not backward. Please, God, let me tell hallelujah. It's the West home. You have to know it's not the best home. Heaven is the best home. And for everlasting home, you have to pray for being there if you're gone. My brother, sister, brother and mom, you have to pray for being there if you're gone. Please pray for being there if you're gone. If you're gone, in His name I'm achieving. That's why I believe in my Lord is living, in His name I'm achieving. That's why I believe in again. My Lord is living, in His name I'm achieving. That's why I believe in again. My Lord is living, in His name I'm achieving. That's why I believe Alobangana, Jemabo, Alobangana, Jemabo, Alobangana, Jemabo, Alobangana, Jemabo,
the first pocket Bible. The song is called Lare. Lare is salvation, salvation. Yeah.